们提醒您注意以下观赛礼仪：在比赛开始前，请持票入场，对号入座，避免在比赛进行时造成干扰。在比赛进行中，请保持安静，避免大声交谈、喧哗或使用手机发出噪音。尤其是在选手击球的关键时刻，更应保持安静，以免分散选手的注意力。请对参赛选手保持尊重，不要对选手的表现做出负面评论或嘲笑。每位选手都值得尊重和鼓励。在比赛进行当中，请不要使用闪光灯拍照，以免干扰双方运动员。比赛期间，尽量减少不必要的走动，以免干扰选手和其他观众。场馆内部包括正赛赛场、卫生间、办公室，禁止吸烟。如有需要，请移步场外。感谢大家配合，我们真诚感谢您对赛事的支持，并祝您观赛愉快。
现场的各位准备好，一起倒计时，所有人一起来！5、4、3、 2、1。这里是乔氏中式八球大师赛。现场的各位观众，让我们一起用热情欢迎吴镇宇！有请冷面杀手吴镇宇一部比赛神技——乔氏进退求捉。各位观众，此刻用掌声一起欢迎王宇！有请神奇小子王云一部比赛神技——乔氏进退求捉。现场以及线上的各位，这里是正在广西南宁为您直播的利百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站决赛现场。决赛，吴镇宇对阵王云。现在为各位介绍决赛裁判团队：主裁判张毅，助理裁判刘宇、杜立新。各位，决赛即将开始，来点儿掌声欢呼声！
3、2、1，开始。吴镇宇获得开始选择权。
Now this is where the long road finally ends. Welcome to Nanning. Welcome to the Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour 2025-2026, and welcome to a grand final shaped by patience, pressure, and precision. Two players, one nation, one crown. Jenu against Wong Yu, both forged here in China's deep and demanding Heyball culture, both carrying expectation as much as ambition. One will leave with history in his hands, the other with only the memory of how close it came. This is not a sprint, test of endurance, a race to 23, where every safety matters, every visit to the table must count, and momentum can turn in the blink of a miss. The table is ready, the arena is holding its breath. This is the grand final. Welcome everyone. I hope you are having a lovely festive period thus far, great New Year's, and the day is finally here. 4th of January, 2 p.m. local time in China. I'm your commentator, Raymond Tillack, for the Joy Heyball events. Thank you for joining me. I hope you guys are all here, and this is going to be a great match between these two players. Over the past few days, we've seen what they can do, and absolutely ruthless at the table, both of them. We have Jenu coming through the losers bracket in the last few matches. He's had to play 2 race to 19s yesterday. And of course, his opponent here, Wong Yu, the only player to not lose a match in the last 32 stage 3 of this tournament, was actually here in the arena yesterday watching the losers bracket final, which was won by Jenu 19-12 over Liu Chengqie, the same player that Wong Yu defeated in the winners bracket 19-15 2 nights ago. But all that is in the past. Both these players want to get their hands on that trophy, on the $277,000 first prize. It's down to this. Race to 23, winners break, a possible 45 frames to be played. Now, just 11 days ago, this tournament started with over 400 players battling out to get into the different stages, the international qualifier. You have to get through that to get to stage 1. After stage 1, you have to battle through stage 2 to get into stage 3, the last 32, where 16 of the top international players, open draw with 16 of the top Chinese players. We had Korea's Yongjun Park making it to the top 6. That was our furthest international participant at this tournament. Surprise early exits from the tournament from Tang Shunshao, Chu Bingxie, Zhao Ruliang even. And straight away, starting where he left off in the winner's bracket, Wong Yu on the scoreboard, 1-0 with a rack and run. Very quick first point on the board, and as you can see what happens at this stage of the tournament when you dry break, you are getting punished by your opponent. And that looks to be another dry break, so 2 frames so far, 2 breaks so far, and both dry. And it is very likely that this table could have been reclothed overnight for this grand final. I would not be surprised if that's the case. At these Joy tournaments, no expense is spared to play on the best conditions possible. These are the Joy Q8 steel block tables, clothed with Lebo in 8848. That is their flagship cloth and flagship table. The official table of the Grandmasters finals. Now at this level, I feel the only way to stay within your opponent scoreline wise is to capitalize on these dry breaks. It's the only way. Have to go rack and run for rack and run if it's all dry breaks at that point in the match. And there is always a point in the match where one of the players do find a good break. We saw Wu Jenu 7-1 up yesterday against Liu Chengqia, and then a few frames later, Liu finds his break and he goes 4 consecutive break and runs, closes the scoreline to 7-7 and goes 8-7 up. That's how quickly the match can turn. And in that same losers bracket final, we had the score quite close towards the end. Wu Jenu then finds his break. He goes 3 consecutive break and runs to get onto 17 points, leaving his opponent on 12. And then from there, being that close to the finish line, it was just a matter of him getting on the hill, and then it was over. So even if at the beginning of the match there's big difference in scoreline, which is rare to see, but we did see it last night. Can never count any of these players out, not in a long race like this, not at this level. And that is inch perfect on the 3 ball to the top right corner pocket. There was no room for error there, especially if that cue ball rolled forward. Now, what I have noticed is he is really good with the rest. There were a few shots yesterday where required to use the rest and had to do work with the cue ball. It's an advantage being able to be confident with the rest. These are 9-foot tables. There are going to come points in a match where you do need the rest. And this is the result. 1-1 at the moment in this final. Wu Jenu replies with a rack and run of his own. Our third frame to get underway, Wu Jenu to break. He's made it 1-1. That's the softer break he was using yesterday. It's working now. only unfortunate thing with that break is when it doesn't work, you are leaving a very open table for your opponent. I'd say 80% of the time it's gonna be a rack and run and a one visit clearance to your opponent if a ball is not made. Last night's match, a very high quality match as well. Jenu ended with about a 70% one visit clearance rate. Now, do we see any problems on the table for solids? I don't. He looks well rested though. It's always a factor coming through the losers bracket in this tournament and having to play 2 matches, 2 race to 19s the previous day. He played for about 9.5 hours in total. First match was over 5 hours, second match 4 hours. In the past, that has always been a factor. I know most of you guys on the stream are pool players or some form of Q Sport players. When's the last time you had to play a 5-hour session in one go? And that's not 5 hours of practice, that's 5 hours where you have to be mentally focused and switched on 100% of the time. I think if you had to put an untrained player in a situation like that, a player who's only been playing races under 10, maybe an hour or 2 hours max, and you put them in a situation where they have to play a race to 23, for example, I'm pretty sure the player has to get burnt out. Might start off very strong, but the player who's more conditioned is going to be the one who eventually takes victory in a race like that. Yeah, this is a race to 23 in the final. We've had race to 19, 17, 15. But the final is always race to 23 here. Now, how big a factor will the winner's break format be in this final, especially with the way Jenu is breaking? Because look at this, that's our first break and run for the match. At the moment, after 3 frames in this grand final, Jenu 2-1 up at the moment. 1 rack and run, 1 break and run. It's the 6 or the 9, or both. He gets the 9 in on the break. And after 3 frames, it is 100% one visit clearance rate so far. Wong Yun's 1 point was a rack and run off Wu Jenu's dry break. That was the first frame. And as you saw in the previous frame, nothing extravagant, just high percentage execution from Wu Jenu. And that's what you see here. That's what wins frames, wins matches at this level. This tells us that the 4 should actually pass the 14 from the short side that he's landed on. Yeah, another incredible positional shot from Wu Jenu to get the cue ball into that space. And as you see, the 4 does go. It's enough gap there. Just gets there. Trusted his positional play completely there to get the cue ball into that gap for the 4. Trusts his ability, his knowledge of how the table plays, because that was all about pace. And the thing is, in a race to 23, there's no hiding. You can't hide your flaws. They are going to be exposed. You can get away in a race to 7, race to 9 even. If you're not focused, you can still make it past the finish line. A few good rolls here and there, a few good breaks. But a race to 23, that's where, usually, in my opinion, the better player, the more all-round player, the player relying less on luck and chance, the player that's more clinical. And tournaments like these expose you. It's a very good learning experience. Exposes your technique, temperament, endurance. These tournaments can really rip you apart if you're not planned and haven't prepared properly for them. Which is why it's so important to play in these. How do you become a better player if you have delusions about the way you play? So these major international tournaments, they show you a lot about yourself, about your game, how consistent you are. And Wu Jenu is that consistent. That's his 3rd point. He's 3-1 up at the moment. Now this is exactly how he started yesterday against Liu Chengqie. That's how he went 7-1 up. Was breaking like this, playing like this. And it's just too easy for him at the moment to make a ball on the break. That ball into the left corner, center pocket is always there. So at the moment, 4 frames played in this race to 23. This tournament has been winner's break right through from the very start. However, the international qualifiers and stage 1, they were timed matches, race to 7, 100-minute time limit. So there we would have a penalty shootout if the score was tied after time elapsed. But from stage 2 onwards, race to 13 and no time limit. And I want to say a very big shout out to our viewers joining us from across the globe. It's because of you that we are here and we are streaming, and I'm here. So thank you guys for being on the stream. I really appreciate the support. And we hope you really enjoy the Joy tournaments. A lot more tournaments to come your way. Not only the Joy Station events, we got the Grandmasters finals coming up. We got the WPA Heyball events coming up as well. All on cue for 32, and hopefully we do get Heyball in the Olympic Games. That's the plan. What an exciting journey it's been, especially over the past, I'd say, 2 years. Having Heyball tournaments all across the globe, almost on every continent. Joy Billiards uniting the world, the parasport events as well, the juniors event. Is he good? Is he on the 3 cue ball right around the angles at the top end of the table? And he is. I think just might need to put a touch of right-hand side, bottom right, to just bend the cue ball a little bit if he can't see the entire potting angle. And if he has to do that, the cue ball is naturally going to end up down table for the 7-5. Absolutely flawless thus far from Jenu. Also, the body language from him is much better today. And these are the kind of moments that these players prepare for when nobody's watching, in empty rooms. Hours and hours a day, shot after shot, rack after rack. This is what it comes down to. He's had 2 third-place finishes in these tournaments, many top 32, top 64 finishes. But at the moment, Jenu absolutely flawless. He's on 4 points, another break and run. Score currently 4-1 in favor of Jenu, and it's been a one-man show at the moment after the first frame. Jenu, after that rack and run that he made, he's on 3 consecutive break and runs. Out of 4 frames, 4 one-visit clearances from him. That is 100% clearance rate in one visit. But that dry break, it's going to bring the consecutive break and run streak to an end, unfortunately. Yeah, for those 3 frames, that was domination from Jenu. Was really starting to flow. 3 in a row, showing command at the table. But now that dry break, it is going to bring Wong Yu to the table. Excellent opening pot in that 4-ball. Cues that so well. It needs to be cued well. Nicely done to release the 7 to that same center pocket. And really this game, the game of Heyball, it requires perfection at every stage. If you overhit or underhit here, the table will never rescue you. Exposes your flaws immediately. So when you see players playing at this level, just shows you how great they are. You've got to feel that this is a clearance he has to make. He's committed to it. It's going to be tricky. Got the 6-ball next to the black ball and might want to be releasing the black ball there. As you see at the moment, if things stay the same, the 7's gone, the 6 is gone. The black ball only potable to the right center pocket. And what you can hear is the referee counting down from 5. So you get a 10-second warning after 35 seconds has elapsed on your 45-second shot clock. Now you can call an extension, add 30 seconds to that. Get one of those extensions per frame. Yeah, played it that way to get the cue ball a little bit off the cushion, coming back for the 6 into the center pocket. And again, notice the way the referee places the ball marker. So the cue ball never moves to the side. If it had to move at all, even a millimeter, it's only forward or backwards, would not change the angle that he has on the 6. Those little details show you the professionalism of the referees here as well, and the tournament. It's a big shot. It's there. There's a steadiness to Wong Yu. There is something about his game. It's an all-round game. Never really fluctuates. It looks good. It's there. Second point on the board, and that's a rack and run of his own again. And absolutely anything is possible in this winner's break format here. We could see Wong Yu at the table now running a few racks as well. He's currently 4-2 down. And after 6 frames played here, it is all clearances so far. That's the level in this final, 100% one visit clearance rate. Got 3 break and runs, 1 rack and run for Jenu, and 2 rack and runs for Wong Yu. He's taken both the opportunities he's been given, the first frame dry break and the previous frame dry break from Jenu. And what I noticed about him is very comfortable in every department of this game. Open play, tight patterns, the long safety exchanges.
10秒，延时。
Not that we're looking for weaknesses in players here, but you don't find one at this level. Both these players in this final, complete Heyball players. What you notice about a player who's very all-rounded and very skilled in those departments, they don't need the match to be played one way, so neither safety nor open play. They adapt to what's given, what's on the table in that present moment. Because they're so strong in all the departments, it doesn't really matter what's on the table. They can play it to their full potential and usually make the most out of it. With these players at the table, when a ball falls on the break or even a dry break, you just get the feeling immediately that this is a clearance. The feeling is always there at this stage in the tournament. And at the moment, the cue ball always in the right place from Wong Yu. But as we saw, the 6 ball doesn't go to all the pockets. But he's on it to the right center. You did see him looking at pushing the 9 out of the way, and look, he's not great, not perfect, but this black ball goes to the left. It looks good, it's there. Our first break and run from Wong Yu, and he's on 3 points now, 4-3 down. Score now 4-3 after that brilliant break and run from Wong Yu. Got his 3rd point, 7 frames played, and so far still 100% one visit clearance rate in this match, the highest level so far. And the 14's in, the 6 almost there as well. After this frame being the 8th frame, we are going to have 5 to 10 minute player break. And at 4-1 down, when he was watching his opponent make those 3 consecutive break and runs, no panic, just persistence at the moment from Wong Yu. And when he was 4-1 down, although still very early in the match, a mistake there could have cost him another few frames, but the score at 4-3 now, he has re-entered the conversation in this early stages of this match. There was a slight tester, that 5 to the top left corner pocket. As you can see, this is not the easiest clearance to execute. Perfect pace, landing on the 6 to the center pocket. Problem is still going to be the 2 ball. Not easy to get onto that. You've got the 1 outlier, the 4. And so far, 7 frames played, 0 errors from these players. That pot was made tougher by the bridging. That was definitely tougher because of the bridging. Catches the inside jaw of the center pocket. Just Actually goes jaw to jaw there, and our first mistake comes from Wong Yu. Hasn't really left much easy for Jenu. Now from 4-1 to 4-3, he's been sat in his chair. And if he wants to regain the momentum, needs to take this point, get to 5-3 at the break, and will be at the table when they do come back. That's a clever shot to get the one away from the pocket, purposely played. Doesn't get the bank on the 2, and once again, what has he left? $13 doesn't pass the 1 into the bottom right corner, so that might be an issue. You have to land short side on that if you can't get it out of the way. Nothing relatively easy on this table for Jenu, and the solids are more open now as well. That had to go, it's there. What a pot that is, and he's got the position as well. From where the cue ball was, that is top draw. Really, I can't tell you how tough a pot like that is. You've got so little of the cue ball to play. Usually with that shot, no body movement at all. At 4-3, the only thing that can separate them, really, is this frame. Because it could be 4-all, or it could be 5-3. So this rack suddenly carries extra weight in this match. A little bit more, and he'd be on the 13. I think he has to take it. There's no real way to get back there from the 15, so you have to take it. Now you have to try and avoid the 1 as well if you want to play the 15 to the same pocket. This is tough. Catches the 1. That's what I was worried about. Now the 15 does not look like it's available to the center from here. This camera angle, however, can be deceiving, but it's not. Now This frame, not so much about extending his lead, but stopping the momentum that Wong Yu was gaining. So how quickly he came, made the score 3 points. Yeah, tough one that. Like, he's got a bit fortunate leaving the 15 there. It means the 4 doesn't go into that top right corner pocket. This is the safety play I was talking about earlier. And what an all-round game he does have. Look at how well he's judged the pace on that. Now, being snookered behind 3 balls means you can't jump this. The only way, I would say, swerve past the black ball, catch the cushion, and with the side, you should be able to get the 15. Yeah, there you see elevated bridging, playing left side of the cue ball here. Touches it at least, so legal shot. Look, not the worst result. It could have been worse. He could have left him easy on the 1 to the bottom right. Another clever shot from Wong Yu there to release the 2 using the 1 at the same time. Look at where the cue ball is. There is sight of the 15, but what do you do with it? This looks good. This looks good. What an attempt that is. So difficult to judge, especially on the newer conditions. The way the cushions slide as well. And the new cloth. Now this is where patience becomes an advantage. This is where patience is needed. Now, if he gets this, he's going to come close to potting this, especially if he gets the right cushion first. Yeah, he's been unfortunate there. Not easy coming past black ball 6 and 4. Now the patience has paid off from Wong Yu. He's got what he wanted, ball in hand. That's 1 solid down, 3 left on the table. at this stage in the tournament, in the grand final, all you want to do as a player is play your best. Not really worried about how the other player's playing. You just want to give your best off. No matter what the result is, you have to leave there knowing that you gave it your all. Because if you didn't, and you know you let up in certain cases, that can haunt you as a player. And some players deal with that better than others. Some use that as motivation, fuel for practicing harder, training harder. And it looks like this little first tactical battle and multiple visit frame of this match, the 8th rack, is gonna go the way of Wong Yu. Gets it. It's 4-all as we go into the player break. The highest standard Heyball match we've had so far.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过逍遥日子。
天要求干，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯，掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检。世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。 2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造，以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的产业链支，让文化内核跨越，推中入澳，注入东盟动能，书写入体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为意，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间相见。成木质之美，雕琢洞天；与腾龙之势，巧思匠心。以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣。毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。读蜘蛛，匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。
对，也可以用手机拍摄下您和赛场共同经历的回忆。来，也请工作人员为大家来发放我们的小礼物。Hello， 你们好。来，礼物也为大家来一一发放。我们的帅哥美女如云啊，特别多。
And the match resumes at 4-all. It is Wong Yu to start us off again. It is winner's break format here. And what an explosive first 8 frames we've had in this grand final. This is a race to 23 for the title here at the Nanning Super Tour Joy Master Station event. And once again, makes a ball on the break. Both these players so far have been breaking very well in this match. Near perfection in the first 8 frames, even that tactical battle we had in the previous frame. Both players trying very hard to gain the advantage there, but in the end it was Wong Yu exercising patience, cautious. And that's how he was able to get ball in hand and then make the clearance. Almost getting the cue ball into the center pocket though. That was dangerous from Wong Yu. He was watching the one, I was watching the cue ball going very close to that left center. Now I think after that first 8 frames and the player break now, I think both players are settled. I'm sure there was quite a bit of tension out there at first. It's not the first time we've seen these high-profile matches start that way. Right out of the gate, just finish after finish. So far, 8 frames played, 7 one-visit clearances. We are right behind the bottom right corner pocket. We'll see this. He's tried to go off the 6 there. That was not an easy one to get. Almost gets it in the center. Now's where the fight starts in the match. These multiple visit frames where both players come to the table. It's one thing to be able to make those one-visit clearances. It's another to be able to take the opportunities that are left by your opponent and make the most of that. Pressure is a little bit different. And yet most times those are the kind of frames that are so important, especially in these long races. It's the ones you should have got, the ones where you took advantage of your opponent's mistake. Now the level being so high here, it's almost like a dry break becomes a mistake. Because it usually is costing you a point. That's what we've seen so far. That's exactly what a rack and run is. Another so far very smooth visit at the table from Wong Yu. That cue ball exactly where he wants it every time. Precision. This is all about pace. He's got the line. The line is excellent. And look at the pace. Judge that to absolute perfection. 20 centimeters in either direction, and this is a very different shot. Another multiple visit frame, and Wong Yu takes it again. He's 5-4 up at the moment. He's got the lead. Just over 1 hour of play so far, 9 frames played. Near perfection from these both players. Everything deliberate, including the break that you'll see now. Doesn't get the 6, 13 rattles in the top left. Not going to be too happy with that one. At this stage, dry break means giving away the table, giving away any kind of advantage you had. Opens the door for obviously your opponent to make a rack and run clearance, to go on and make a few consecutive break and runs, which we did see from Jenu. Now the only thing really separating these players is that the frames where there were multiple visits, both those frames have gone the way of Wong Yu. But now this is another chance for Jenu to get another 1 visit clearance, tie up the match at 5-all. And honestly, I think it's going to be like this right through. I don't see either of these players running away with this match. What a fitting end to this tournament, to this match for these 2 great players. After 11 days of play, that this goes all the way and we see 45 frames played. I was actually trying to calculate, I don't know the exact number, but I was trying to calculate how many matches we've had in total, not TV table, in general, for the entire tournament at this tournament. This being the 11th day. I would say in the first day you're looking at about 150 matches with 5 sessions, 30 tables. So saying between 1,000 to 1,500 would not be a bad estimate. And after all that, it comes down to just this one match. Winner walking away with, of course, the championship trophy, having the title and 277,000 US dollars. And I know the next question is going to be, what is second prize? So let me find that quickly. Second prize runner-up gets 111,000 US dollars. So the difference there, 66,000 US dollars. 166,000 US dollars is the difference between this match, between winning and losing this match. Gets the cue ball clean there, definitely doesn't want any bad contacts, any kicks here that would be caused by any chalk or debris on the cue ball. Just catching the inside jaw. That is an unfortunate one for Wu Jenu. That was to make it 5-all. Another one visit clearance for him. It would have been. Now this is always a pressure situation. Personally, I don't like these situations as a player myself. I feel there's much more pressure on this clearance to make this clearance than there is if your opponent has 7 balls on the table and you have to navigate through traffic. Look, he's left him a tempter here. It's not there. He gets one of the stripes in. That's not a foul. It is a legal shot. You can pot your opponent's ball in the rules of Heyball, so long as you make contact with your ball first. Now in this situation, what you're usually looking to do, if you have more balls on the table, your opponent with just one ball, especially where that black ball is, you're going to try and get your balls into good spaces if they aren't. And at the same time, keeping the cue ball safe. For example, if he feels the 10 or the 9 is a problem on the table, get them into open play, leave the cue ball safe. Your opponent has one ball on the table, one option. That's what he's tried to do there, release not only the 10, the 9, and get the cue ball safe. His pace control on that shot, we've seen it since the winner's bracket final match. When he plays that shot, it's so precise. Now we aren't right behind the cue ball, but from here it looks like he's almost full ball snookered on the black ball. Very clever, well-executed shot from Wong Yu there. You can see playing left side of the cue ball, so a slight swerve. Gets it from behind. And that's another thing you want your opponent to do is, yes, of course, you'd like ball in hand, but if that black ball is not in a good situation, you actually want them to make slight contact with it, so they bring it out into open play, into a more potable position for you to make the clearance. It's these situations where composure becomes visible in a match. But at the moment, both these players so composed. And once again, look at that. I'd say from what I've seen on this TV table, he is one of the best safety players. Not often you see that. Excellent potting, shot-making ability paired with great safety play. Better shot than it looks because he's put the black ball back on that right side cushion, which means it's going to be more safety until he gets a black ball out or gives ball in hand away and gives Wong Yu the chance to get it out himself. Has he left the slightest edge of the black ball? He might have. That cue ball could have gone a bit more. Yes, he has. There is enough, and I tell you what, that's the potting angle as well. This can go. Oh, that's blinding. That is a blinding pot. Wow. What a way to get your 5th point. Under the circumstances, that is the best pot I've seen on this TV table. You are not going to find a better executed shot than that. Under that pressure, this is the grand final. He was down by 1 frame. That to level it, to bring himself to the table to break, that was elite. But the softer, more control break not working at the moment, unfortunately, for Jenu. I'm in awe of that pot and the black ball. You'd be surprised though how often you see that in this game and pool in general. I would say most cue sports where there's a possibility to snooker your opponent and play safety. But you keep on doing it, eventually they get the ball, and there are 6 pockets on the table. Of course, in this case, the previous shot, that was no luck at all. That was pure commitment, pure class.
秒。5、4。
Yeah, I think that shot in the previous frame reminded us why this is the grand finals. It's the kind of things you are going to see here in this match. The absolute best of both these players coming to the forefront. And at the moment, after 10 frames played, a possible 45 if this goes all the way to a decider, race to 23. It's all square in this match. We've had 3 break and runs, 1 rack and run from Jenu. Wong Yu, 1 break and run, 2 rack and runs. He's been punishing the dry breaks. That's exactly what he's been doing here in this match thus far. Out of the 3 frames that were multiple visits from each player, from both players, he's got 2 of them. Almost got the 3rd, the previous one, but Jenu found an excellent pot in the black ball to close that 5th point out for himself. And this is why he's so dangerous. And that's why he won the winner's bracket final. Wong Yu takes his 6th point with a rack and run. Yeah, Wong Yu answers back to get his 6th point, leading 6 frames to 5 at the moment with an excellent rack and run. Making a statement here with his clearances, but the only thing at the moment, both players not able to find their break. They are using the softer control break, and I would say a matter of time before they start putting more pace into that. And I'm always amazed when I watch these matches, how calm these players are. There's no excitement, no antics. Doing exactly what they were born to do and doing it at their peak. quite a fight now at the early stages of this match. We are only 11 frames in at the moment. So you could say a quarter of the way there. Fighting for domination in this match, these players. Has a nice little bump into the 3 and the 12 just to open up the 3 there. Does have the 7. Cue ball will be going around the angles here. 1, 2, 3 cushions. A little bit more pace. Still okay. Just a complete sense of calm and precision when Wu Jenu is at the table. Even when he's not getting the perfect rolls, you still feel he's in control of what he's doing. Flawless execution thus far in this frame. He's fighting to equalize the match again at 6-all. Another shot that requires perfect pace. Absolutely beautiful stuff from Wu Jenu to equalize at 6-all with a rack and run.
集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
Look, in a match like this, you can't even count mistakes because there are so few. The level is top tier, top standard. It's what we expect. It's what we came for. Oh, he gets the 6, and there's the raised hand that I always talk about. The reason I talk about it is because this is the only place I've ever seen that happen. As you see, he gets a fortunate roll there, kiss off the 3-10, and the hand goes up. That's because the break is intentional. He knows exactly what he wants. And so far in this match, neither player showing any panic or rush. And that is very impressive to me, especially considering the stakes. I think I did say difference in prize money between the winner and second place is $160,000 US. And that one goes into the bottom right corner pocket. Now, if we shift our attention to the black ball, black ball doesn't look like it goes into the bottom left, neither left center. Only place it might go possibly is to the right center pocket. Which means he might be looking at disturbing black ball in 15 at some point in this clearance. Why making a ball was so important there for him, because with the rack and runs and the dry breaks, neither player being allowed to dominate the table and gain that kind of momentum that we saw in yesterday's match, where one player goes 7 in front or 6 in front. Those need to be cued so well. Absolutely straight cueing. You have to hit exactly where you want on the cue ball. Your alignment needs to be perfect. You're shooting into such a small angle of those corner pockets. Those shots have absolutely no room for error. Now, I did say it looks like the black ball does pass to the right center pocket. Half expected him to come around and have a look, and just make sure of where he wants the cue ball exactly. Not as easy as he made that look. Also, you noticed how long the cue was, or the tip was, away from his bridge hand, almost halfway down the cue. As we see, it does go this so far off his break. And back in prime position, Wu Jenu takes the lead with another break and run. 7-6 up now. The precision and holding his nerve to get him back ahead on the scoreline. He's now 7-6 up, 4 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. That's 6 one-visit clearances out of 7. I did say it's a matter of time before they put some more power into the break. There it was. Potted a ball, but also potted the cue ball, unfortunately. And it was actually kicked by the 1. You saw the cue ball actually going in off the jaw. It's amazing how when you're trying to pot a ball, it won't go in like that. But when the cue ball decides it wants to go in, can touch the cushion, rattle, and still make it into that pocket, put you at a disadvantage.
秒。延时。
Now that means it is cue ball in hand behind the balk line for Wong Yu. But you have to play forward down table, can't play any of the balls within the balk area. And what a show so far from these two players. What a show this event is in general. And this is the perfect finale to all the matches we've had here, all the matches on the TV table, all the great players that have played at this tournament. It really is a huge undertaking to make a tournament like this possible, and what the Joy team do is absolutely incredible every time. And also the international players are treated so well. Of course, all players are treated well, but the international players, some first time in China, hotel is taken care of, transport to and from the venue, anything you need, contact the Joy staff and you're sorted. I mean, you don't have to worry about those other aspects like hotel, transport, things like that. Enables you to actually play your best and try and get into prime conditioning here at these tournaments. Also, just having the information available, all the players know exactly when they're playing, which day, what time. Never searching or needing information makes a big difference to your mental state when playing in a tournament. And once again, that cue ball on a string, where he wants it every time. That's what happens when you put the cue ball at this level. Wong Yu replies with a rack and run. It's 7-all. Equalizes once again in this match. And that was 7th point on the board for Wong Yu to equalize. Responds immediately with a brilliant rack and run. That was a flawless visit from him. That's the first time we've had the cue ball pot on the break, and that's exactly what happens at this level. That's why the break is so important. Usually you dry break. You sat in the chair for the rest of the frame watching your opponent make a clearance. You put the cue ball on the break, the same thing. What that does immediately puts you one behind on the scoreboard. Your opponent comes to the table breaking in the next frame. Just a mistake like that can cost you 2 or 3 frames, depending on the form of your opponent. Very classy opening pot there, full table length almost. What you notice, a pot like that, he didn't even give it a second look. That one rattles, however, just a little bit fine, catches the outside jaw. He's almost got the bank double drop there, potting his opponent's ball, the 7 almost following. Now the reason for that rule in Heyball, where you can pot your opponent's ball as long as you make contact with your ball, is to gain a tactical advantage. In that situation, you are taking away your opponent's pocket ball, putting your ball in that pocket. You are at least holding that pocket, but playing against someone who can pot like this, as long as there's line of sight, that cue ball is never safe. That's an interesting shot from Wong Yu. Does look like he has covered the 7. That was not the intention, to get the 9 in front of the 7 like that. But also look at the cluster of solids just underneath the black ball. Look, a very attacking shot here is to play the 3 off the 2 into the center pocket. That is a very attacking shot. It will open things up. And it'll mean that you have to attack. Now that's patience from Jenu. That's the look of a player who's attacking. He is. It's the 13. It's not there. He opens up the 11. That was an attacking shot, because as you can see, the 11 would have gone to the 2 into the right center. 9 on, black ball on. So it looks like patience might have paid off for Jenu in this 15th frame. Looking determined to get this frame on the board is Jenu. Knows if he gets this, there's no way he's going to be down at the player break. There's a finesse about this player when he's at the table also. Just the way he executes the clearance and pots certain balls. Excellent pace control, always in the line of the shot. And this to take the lead once again, it's there. Gets his 8 point on the board, leading 8-7 after 15 frames played.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台迷：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台迷，高档羊毛皂。
第16局，吴镇宇开球。
The patience working in his favor in that 15th frame, getting that 8 point on the board, 8-7 up. Is the break going to work? Look at where the 1 is. Look at where the 4 is. Even the 11 tracking there. The 4 actually gets kissed by the 15. I've seen the question, why did we switch from magic racks? Why are we using the triangle rack? Why has the break rule changed? This is why. Creates this kind of excitement, this kind of tension in a match where it's never certain that a player is going to break in, that you are going to pot a ball on the break. Also makes it that much more interesting when a player actually does find a break and does make 4 or 5 consecutive break and runs. The magic rack was just becoming a bit too obvious, a bit too easy for the players who were practicing with it a lot. Looking at a 95% potting a ball on the break rate. Takes away a bit of the suspense like that. If you're almost certain when a player comes to the table, they are going to pot a ball, and at this level, most times make a 1 visit clearance also. Now, on certain types of breaks that these players use, usually the harder one, there are a few problems on the table, a few clusters that need to be navigated, need to be sorted out. The focus really here of both players, unmatched. That was not an easy 5. That's the kind of shot that these players practice thousands of times. The way he's navigated around that 7 ball and 14 throughout this clearance, that was the key here. Really, I think this is the highest level of play on a Heyball table you see anywhere in the world. And off his opponent's break, equalizes, another rack and run for Wong Yu as we go into the 16 frame player break. All square. We'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台迷：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台迷，高档羊毛皂。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，握度间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
Our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
How much? That's for no question.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要。只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆换一切为可能。 中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
音速胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，音速胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。音速整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用音速胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边音速造，好胶边音速造。
胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米。每一道工序全程数控化，每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现，只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
8-all and back from the break. Nothing to separate these players thus far, but they are showing us why they are a cut above the rest, why they are in the grand finals. An unbelievable standard from these players. Both players very deserving to make it this far in the competition. Wong Yu at the table now breaking, has not taken a loss in stage 3. Right through the winner's bracket all the way. His opponent, Jenu, did have to fight through a little bit of the loser's bracket, lost to Liu Qingqie. That was the other player in the winners bracket final 2 days ago. And Wu Jenu had to get through him in the losers bracket final last night. Managed to win that match 19-12, but he played 2 race to 19s yesterday. Over 9 hours of play for Wu Jenu at the table yesterday. No play at all for Wong Yu. He had the day off coming through the winners bracket. That's usually the case. Now he also added a bit more pace to this break, and it's worked for him. Had to use the full pocket there towards the center pocket. As you see, 11 was blocking the inside jaw, so I had to go in off the outside jaw. Have to be so accurate with shots like that. As soon as it catches too much of the jaw, it's not going in. This match so far, a masterclass in consistency from both players. Really can't separate them. It's been a steady pace at the moment, but you can feel the tension is very high here. This being the grand final, both these players have worked exceptionally hard to get here, to get this far in the tournament. Now fighting for that title of champion and $277,000 US. And that is 9th point on the board with a break and run from Wong Yu. He takes the lead once again. The King of Kings. Another perfectly executed break and run from Wong Yu puts him ahead on the scoreboard once again. 9-8 up now after 17 frames played. There you see more pace in the break. And that also looks to be dry. Yeah, I don't see anything going in. That is a dry break. And this is exactly how this match has been going the past few frames, from level to leading. Now you could say the pressure slightly shifts and Wu Jenu has to respond. And the way to respond is to either make a one-visit clearance back or to get the cue ball safe. If he can't find a clearance in this visit. That's a fantastic pot in the 10 ball. That was a tough angle to get right from that distance. Those are tough enough if it's close. Yeah, Wu Jenu really stepping up in this visit so far. That was a very strong opening pot to secure stripes. Another one very similar, this time from closer range. And with that shot being so fine, you have so much of cue ball movement always. Because you have to hit it at quite some pace for it to reach the pocket, as it's not getting full cue ball contact. Add to that, you have to control the cue ball afterwards. To me, it does look like the 14 ball just under the black ball does go to the bottom left corner pocket. The 9 would be the ball to get onto that with, 9 sitting outside the right center. This needs to make it past the 3. It's okay. As long as it wasn't behind the 3. That's how things can start to go wrong very quickly. That once again is a pace control shot. It's all about pace with a shot like that. You could see how softly hit that, but how much the cue ball ran. That's because it was a very fine angle to get the 9 into the center. This is going to need a little bit of recovery now from Wu Jenu. Yeah, another great recovery shot to pot that, to stay on the 12 ball at the bottom of the table. Needs another clutch pot and positional shot here to get onto the black ball. You can see the 7 ball. That is a huge blocker when the cue ball is coming from this side. And that's what he was trying to get past the 2. Even if the 12 did go in, he wasn't going to be on the black ball, unfortunately. And there's that shot we talk about, potting your opponent ball, using it to gain a tactical advantage. It was a well-calculated response from Wong Yu at the table. No shot wasted and making Wu Jenu work for this black ball now. It's a good solid hit off 2 cushions. Fortunately, black ball not near any of the pockets However, not a bad leave though, having the black ball at least out in open means it is a little bit tougher if Wong Yu wants to play safe here and get the cue ball safe. You can see both these players, the focus remains unbroken here, despite the tight score lines. You really have to admire these players and what they do at the table and how they are able to do this rack after rack, match after match in this tournament. Yeah, always perfectly straight cueing when it comes to those shots from these players at this level. They're right behind that, they don't miss that. So it's not only the excellent cue ball control, it's also the high potting rate. That's why these players are in the grand final. Look, this is it's not the easiest 7 to go to the center pocket. He's going to be coming across the black ball, play the black ball into the opposite center here. Absolutely clinical play from Wong Yu at the table. And this is what we are talking about, his all-round game. Needs to make this if he wants his 10th point though. Gets it. It's 10-8 up, 10 points on the board for Wong Yu. He's got a 2-frame lead now over Jenu.
进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹性持久，颗颗精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠！
The gap opens slightly as Wong Yu is now leading 10-8 over Jenu in this race to 23 grand final. Jenu will be looking to respond as soon as he can. That's when he comes back to the table. It's not going to be right now. A ball has been potted on that break. It looked like it was the 3. It is the 3 into the right center pocket. At the moment, controlling the table, controlling the pace of this match is Wong Yu. Previous rack, there was a strong finish under pressure. Was not an easy one to make, especially your opponent just left on the black ball. It means you have to make it. Now the 7 definitely not portable to the center pocket as it lies between the 15 and the 9 ball. It's on the right side. If the 2 wasn't there at the bottom end, I think it could go down to that pocket. Makes that pot a little bit more tougher though. Having to take it half table length to the bottom right corner. He's played to go into it. Look at this. Is it going to work out well? Not the greatest result. The 14 has also covered the 1's route to the bottom left. But there is a combination. That's what he will be playing. 7 onto the 2. He gets the pot. Look, he wouldn't have minded even if the 2 didn't go in. Would have still controlled that cushion, controlled that bottom right corner pocket. Was thinking of the double bank there. 1 ball going back across into the left center. Didn't hit it hard enough for that. Would have been on the 7, as you see. Now Jenu will want to make the most of this visit, of this chance at the table, even if he can't make the clearance now, to secure another visit in this frame. Got the double kiss on the 14. It looks like he can't see the 1, neither can Wong Yu see the 7. That's a smart defensive shot, leaving nothing simple on the table. Jump cue in hand. Jump shots are allowed in the game of Heyball. So going towards the 1, expect him to make contact definitely here. Makes contact, almost pots it in the top right corner pocket. That would have been an insane pot if he got it. Would have been a massive favorite for this frame, 7 being where it is. And even after 18 frames, the intensity in this match is still there, if not more. Could say we are about, I would say almost halfway if you look at it. 18 frames played out of a possible 45, so almost halfway. Playing for 2.5 hours at the moment. The local time here in China is 4:32 p.m. I would say stripes with the advantage at the table at the moment, having more balls on the table. Black ball being where it is, and the current cue ball position means that it's so easy to lay a snooker safety. He can control the tempo of this frame. That's exactly what he's doing. Yeah, that's a tight snooker from Jenu. Thing is, he wants ball in hand here. That's his plan to open up this frame. Has forced Wong Yu to take his extension, added 30 seconds to his 45-second shot clock. It's not there, unfortunately, and that is going to be ball in hand. Once again, the patience at the table has paid off for Jenu. It is ball in hand anywhere on the table, but it's not easy to navigate through this for stripes. Started with that. Now that looked like it could go just, but that's showing you how tough those center pockets can be. I think he expected that one to roll in. The 7 is available, but what can you do from here? 1, 2, 3 cushions around, possibly. There we go, 1, 2, 3. It's going to be tracking in that direction. Can he find a shot with this one ball? This is a swerve masse here. Look at the elevation of the cue. Gets it, legal shot. He's done well to make a legal shot there. But the one being where it is tied up, this is, I would say, significant advantage to Wu Jenu. He should be able to make something from this. And these strategic frames, as important as the break and runs and rack and runs as well. And I think so far we've had 4 multiple visit frames. They've won 2 each when it comes to that. It also makes a difference. If one player is winning more of those multiple visit frames, it means he's got a slight tactical advantage over the other player. Long session like this, that is a mistake, unforced error from Wong Yu. And that's frame. And with that black ball being potted prematurely by Wong Yu, Wu Jenu takes the frame. Now just 1 behind, he's got 9 points. The score is 10-9 in favor of Wong Yu after 19 frames played here. Back to the softer break. This time it doesn't work. (11-7) with the ball supposed to be heading towards the center pockets. Now, had that break worked, high probability Wong Yu would have been sat in his chair for the rest of that frame, and possibly the next. Giving away the previous frame, allowing Wu Jenu at the table to break. That's what dry breaks do. Allow your opponent back in. So far, Wu Jenu on 9 points, 4 break and runs, 2 rack and runs. Wong Yu on 10 points, 2 break and runs, 5 rack and runs. And those 5 rack and runs are clearances when Wu Jenu was at the table breaking. Not necessarily off dry breaks, but just his first visit at the table after Wu Jenu's break. And these kind of clearances, when everything's out in the open, as you can see, even navigating through the traffic, these players, they read the table so beautifully. Every shot showing clear thinking, decisiveness. Knowing exactly what you need to do. The route figured out long in advance. And that's another aspect of this game that these players make look so easy, is the shot selection and route planning. And of course, in the game of pool, having to navigate 7 balls and the black ball usually, that is one of the key factors here. Now this off Wu Jenu's dry break, and is there, 11th point on the board. He's 11-9 up. Wong Yu with another rack and run. And that was once again another very clean and well executed clearance to get his 11th point on the board with another rack and run. And that's the problem with this soft break sometimes that we see. If the soft break doesn't work, you leave such an open table for your opponent coming to the table. So you see the cue ball straight off. Not the cleanest hit on the break, and also here hasn't made a ball. And with that dry break, Wong Yu not able to develop any kind of momentum here. So the back and forth continues in this match at the highest level here. Now being halfway there, I'd say the weight of each frame is so important at this level and this stage in a match. Every mistake magnified. I feel this is exactly what a grand final should look like. No way for us to really predict in this match. Now recently Wang Yun did win the Baotao Division 1 Tour champion there third place at the Tianjin Division 1. Now the Division 1 is the open draw tournament before the Super Tour. 650 Chinese players, around 50 international players, usually 704 players in total, open draw, which means as an international player you can face players like Chu Bingjie, Zhao Ruliang, Zheng Kangpeng in the first round. A different format to the Super Tour where the Chinese players and international players play separately. And that is a very tough tournament to get through as well. That tournament at the Nanning station was won by Kong Dejing, beating Chen Siming in the final. That was on the 24th of December. Wong Yu also a runner-up in the grand finals in 2019. That's a nice little touch on the 10 ball to release it from the 8. I see on the comment section there are some predictions already, but this is still early stages. We're only halfway there. I think there's many twists and turns to come, momentum shifts. Yeah, it was not the easiest pot that Wong Yu missed there. It was a tough one. If he made that, yes, surely it would have been 12th point on the board, but there is a chance for Wu Jenu. He needs to take this chance, needs to get 10th point on the board. Don't want to be the player that's always fighting from the back. It's not a nice place to be. Because like that, at any time, if your opponent does find their break and makes a few consecutive break and runs, then instead of being 2 down, you 5 or 6 down. And at this stage in the match, 5 or 6 points make a huge impact now. They bring one of these players much closer to the finish line at 23 frames. It's so controlled the way he floats the cue ball around the table. Is he going to catch the 2? Just a touch. Being a little bit unfortunate there, but it should now go to the center pocket if he can get onto the side of it. Now, to me, it looks like he doesn't have the 3. He doesn't. Cushion first, possibly. It's a tough ask. It's either cushion first and pot the 3 or play the combination 2-3 down. That was very tough. That was very, very tough. To get that right, that was tougher than the 14 he potted it earlier in this match. where I said that's the best shot we've seen on the TV table. That one was tougher. Combination like that, there's so many elements. Because there's so many elements, there's so many things that can go wrong with that shot. You have to be so precise. 100% accuracy required for that. Inside jaw, to me, that looked like a little bit of deceleration. I expected him to drill that. And this now a very, very important visit for Wu Jenu at the table. This to bring it back within one, get his 10th point on the board. He's gonna have to pot the 2 ball down the left side. Checks the potting angle. You'll see him walk into the shot. Played it at pace. There was 2 ways to play that. You either roll it down or that pace. Now these players usually don't miss that shot either way. And this gives an opening to Wong Yu to possibly take a 3-frame lead here. This cue ball needs to come around the 14, has done. And these are the opportunities, these are the frames that are so important for either player, capitalizing on your opponent's slight errors, because there aren't many. To keep your focus, hold your nerve when you are at the table. It's not perfect on this 10. Makes it look easy, checks the cue ball a bit. He likes that shot, uses that shot very often. This now for a 3-point lead. Gets it. 12th point on the board for Wong Yu. He's 12-9 up at the moment. 3-point lead in this grand final.
2025赛季中18球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中18球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，已成。
As Wong Yu moves ahead on the scoreboard, 12-9 up now. As a pressure, last few pots to get that one on the board, cleared that with authority to get the 12th point. But the break not working for both players at the moment. At the moment, being 3 points down, this is best case scenario for Jenu. The fact that he's able to come to the table, able to make something happen off the dry break from Wong Yu. Needs a big response here, does Jenu. There will be another player break at 24 frames played, and currently Wong Yu on 12 points, which means best case scenario is he makes it all square, 12 all before that player break. Gets it off the outside jaw, just. This is how he needs to reply. This is how he needs to get back into this match. Started off this match very strong. 3 consecutive break and runs. After a rack and run to quickly go 4-1 up. Now's the time in a match to find that kind of break, that kind of form. And we have had some very interesting tactical exchanges between these two players, as impressive as their potting ability. The 6-ball gets him. Inside jaw of the center pocket has stopped him from making that clearance. The drama on the TV table at the moment. Look at the 6. Goes over the center pocket. I would have never thought. Perfect on the black ball. Now 3 points ahead. And so far, that's what he's been doing, capitalizing on the mistakes from Jenu. If he goes 4 in front, there's definitely shift in momentum. He's definitely found a rhythm then. And the problem is, what can happen is the player in front, especially if you are making mistakes, the player in front starts to feel unbeatable. Yeah, you start to feel unbeatable, unplayable. And that usually starts to show on the table as well. And you can sense that. You can sense when there's a momentum shift. And the thing is, you as an opponent, you're not the only one that feels it. The crowd that's here, they feel it as well. The whole stadium feels it. Everybody feels that one of the players has momentum. Now that's where you have to be so mentally strong. Keep your composure, hold your nerve, because you are going to get chances in a race to 23. The most consecutive break and runs we've seen here is 7 on the TV table. That was in the Division 1 tour by Zhengzhou Hai. So you are going to come back to the table even if you are behind. And that's where you see a player's true grit and how much of an all-round player they are, whether they can play under that kind of pressure, being down in a final. But at the moment, man at the table is punishing every single mistake. And he's been straight in on almost every black ball as well, leaving no room for error when taking that point. And takes another one. He's 13-9 up, 4-frame cushion. Now it is the first time in this match we've had a 4-frame gap. The score is 13-9 in favor of Wong Yu over Jenu. This is the grand final of the Nanning Station Joy Heyball Masters Super Tour. And this is a race to 23. These players fighting for $277,000 first prize. Now Jenu needed to keep Wong Yu at 12 points to try and force this all square before the 24-frame player break, or at the 24-frame player break. It's now 13-9, so best case scenario 13-11. The thing is, it's not the tough clearances or the tough shots that's been getting him. He's been making those. It's the smallest and slightest of errors that's opening the door for Wong Yu. Problem here is even just missing one ball on a finish It's just magnified. Makes it worse when you are the player who's currently down on the scoreline. Worse still, it's winner's break format. It's just a bit fortunate at the moment that Wong Yu is not having the best luck with the breaks. Well, that was a shot of the 15. It didn't look like it passes the 5, but it should go to the center pocket now. This cue ball looks like it's going to land almost perfect. Couldn't have landed better on this 14 if you had ball in hand. Connected that very well from the top of the table to get the cue ball down here using those 2 cushions. Yeah, made sure, stayed away from the inside jaw there, as you saw. Favored the outside edge, rather. Black ball into the same center pocket. And it's their clearance under pressure to get his 10th point. That is a rack and run for him. Refuses to let the lead grow unchecked. A very strong response from Jenu. Puts himself back in the fight here, gets his 10th point on the board. After 23 frames, the score is 13-10 in this grand final. Race to 23. This now the 24th frame. We will have a player break after this. Now, is the score going to be 13-11 or 14-10? I stayed away from the softer break. They hit them a little bit harder. But not getting a good roll off the break. As you see, it is dry, and Wong Yu back to the table in this 24th frame. It's 24 out of a possible 45. That's if we go to a deciding frame here between these two great players. A nice opening pot there on stripes. Control the cue ball coming off the left side cushion as well to not end up behind the 5. When this game is played at this level also, another thing you notice is how important and how crucial the cue ball control is. To not be fighting the table and fighting the pots always. Yes, you'll see these players having to make 1 or 2 tough pots, but usually if they are at the table, controlling the table, it's always cue ball control, top tier. Gives them the best possible chance of making the clearance, making the pots, higher pot percentage. And that equals a higher clearance rate, which equals more points on the scoreboard. And this time the inside jaw catches Wong Yu. Wry smile from him. That inside jaw has caught them a few times today already. He knew that was his chance at getting a 14 point as they go into the lead, and quite a commanding lead. And yes, at this level, with players playing this well, 4 points is quite a commanding lead. Two-minded about this one is Jenu. He's taken his extension, as you can see. It's a good opening pot from him on solids. Now these players are both playing at quite a fast pace. It's not often you hear the referee calling 10 seconds, or even these players needing to use their extensions. A very solid pot on that one ball, cued it, excellent. You know, you might think these players sometimes play hard, but they're not hitting the ball, they're cueing the ball. So even though it is at pace, the cue is going straight through the cue ball, always accelerating. There is no sign of deceleration there, and it's always well controlled. Now I think that little kiss on the 10 ball has made things a little bit more complicated for Jenu. So I believe that 6 could go to the bottom left before that. It's going to be that 6 ball in this frame for him. That's what he's tried to do there. He's tried to just nudge the 6 out. Like he's going to have another chance to go at it, or to at least get behind it. It is available currently to the left center pocket, but you have to get the cue ball down here by the Lieber win sign. And that's where the cue ball is heading. Now, 6 to the left center. I hate to say it, but it's the same ball and it's the same pocket. Outside jaw. He's played it to the outside jaw to compensate for the inside jaw. I expected it to go in off the outside jaw at least. Now surely not expecting to come to the table. Wong Yu currently leading 13-10. He's now got a chance to get 14th point on the board as we go into the player break. We've been all square at the first 2 player breaks, 4 all at 8 frames, 8 all at 16 frames. But no matter what happens in this frame, we are not going to be square as we go into the 24 frame player break. Thought as much he might do that, didn't want to risk playing it to top left corner pocket. Yeah, but still had to be so precise in the way he can in the 11 out of there. And once again, this looks to be right behind the black ball. How does he get straight on the black ball every single time? Absolutely unbelievable. Calm and focused at the table. 14 point there for Wong Yu as we go into the player break. He's 4 ahead, 14-10 up.
好的，各位，在这个休息的时间呢，
乔氏腿比赛专用提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。
孙啥功名不要？只求回到这花果山中，我现。
天要求干，化一切为可能。欧尚地毯突破核心科技，从智能车间到高品质球房，重新定义标准，为每一个台球梦想铺好第一步。铺好毯，打好球，不掉毛，零干扰。
职业选手的第一选择，欧尚地毯掉毛地毯终结者。
超级蓝钻皮头职业版，采用进口头层水牛皮，韧性好，弹 弹性持久，苛刻精选，粒粒碾压，严格质检，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，祝您夺冠。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
超级蓝钻皮头，黄金版、白金版，采用进口头层水牛皮，颗颗精选，严格质检，韧性好，弹性持久，世界职业球员必用的皮头，超级蓝钻，一专业，缔造不凡。2025赛季中式八球大师赛收官之战，利百文台尼乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛南宁站，全球顶尖选手着陆绿城南宁，甲级赛、超级赛近1000万奖金池，虚位以待。赛事与首届南宁台球产业博览会同步启幕，以沉浸式体验空间展现中国制造。以国际高峰论坛探索品牌出海新路径，深耕南方市场，拓展中国与东盟的台球产业链之路，让中式八球的竞技美学与文化内核跨越国界，为推中入奥、注入东盟动能，书写“一带一路”体育人文交流新篇章。大师赛南宁站由198乔氏台球俱乐部倾情打造。198乔氏台球俱乐部以打造高品质台球文化生态为使命，打造集竞技娱乐、文化交流于一体的生态平台，引领行业生态革新。作为国内首批乔氏官方认证的全乔氏球房，198坚持以赛事为媒，以创新为意，见证中国台球产业的蓬勃力量与人文温度。
一点是聚焦，沉淀；一线是专注，艺术；一面是缜密，智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，遇腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小线大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸， 过渡间尽掌天地。龙跃而起，潮流之势，包罗万象。毒蜘蛛，匠心之作。
今天给大家推荐一款非常好的台泥 H153，是我自己用了1年多的台泥，汗毛量80%，手感特别细腻，走位很平稳。根据我自己用了1年多的这个台泥，这个 H153特别适合我们球房用，一些中小型比赛也特别适合它用。如果你的球房想用一款非常好的台泥，我推荐 H153。
H153走球更到位。
一线赛事指定台泥：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。
Welcome back to the arena after 24 frames played in this grand final out of a possible 45 race to 23. Wong Yu holds a commanding lead 14-10 up as we resume after that player break. Now from here, every shot carries the weight of the championship. Every decision, I would say, matters the most. And every frame will bring these players closer and closer to the finish line at 23 frames. Now past the halfway mark in this match. This is where things get really tough. For Jenu to get back into this match, to close that lead, to equalize, and for Wong Yu to hold the lead. I was trying to get the 5-ball over the center pocket there at least, or into open play. That's where you can see a small smile on his face. He knows things are not rolling favorable at the moment. But he just needs to make the most out of these visits. He has to find a way to keep Wong Yu in his chair, like he did at the beginning of this match when he had those 3 consecutive break and runs. Played the combination, he's almost got the 2 in, but unfortunately not to be, and it's going to be Wong Yu back to the table in this 25th frame. Now already I'm sure he feels like he has a slightly commanding lead in this match. Things are working a little bit better for him. Doing a little more with his opportunities at the table. Like a shot like that. What a shot that is. That is an unbelievable shot he's played. That was calculated. He's played to arc the cue ball into the 2. Doesn't only get the 2, he frees the 9. That was a beautiful shot. At the moment, not leaving anything to chance on the table is Wong Yu. Cue ball is always in control. Yeah, look at that. Even a shot like that. Played it the way he did. Cue ball across for the 15. One thing you'll see about these players also is, as delicate as they can play, when power is needed and cue power is needed, it's always there. It's always available. And that's how they can move the cue ball around this table effortlessly. And usually, when you are trying to put a bit more power into your shots, you are losing accuracy. That is usually the trade-off. More power equals less accuracy usually, but when your cueing is this straight, your alignment is this good, the muscle memory that's been drilled in thousands of times. Did not expect him to miss that one. The way he potted the ball from the ball cushion at that pace, this one was easier than that. So still opening the door for Wu Jenu. Now it is his turn to play some good tactical shots here. Try and control the frame and the tempo. Hasn't left anything easy though after that legal hit on the 12 ball. So it's going to be another tactical move from Wu Jenu here. The 4 is going to go. Raises his hand, didn't want that. In his situation now, having more object balls on the table is an advantage. And have a look at how this 4 goes in. Double kiss off the cue ball. He's cued that very well to get that in. Got the cue ball also closer to the 6. We've seen him pot these. Now this requires some nerve. He's not perfect on this black ball. He's going to take it down to the bottom right. And the mental battle on at the moment in this match is as strong as the technical one. It's there. Flawless execution on that pot. Made it a little bit more difficult, but got it in the end. As you can see, neither player yielding here in this final. Jenu gets his 11th point on the board, now just 3 behind Wong Yu. 14-11, race to 23 in this grand final. Tried the soft break, still not working at the moment. But that previous frame, big point. Just stopping the momentum slightly. I would say things would become a little bit more dangerous if Wong Yu would have got the 15 point and go 5 ahead. Because now we aren't early stages of this match anymore. Now getting closer to the closing stages. Getting consecutive frames here or consecutive break and runs will make a huge impact on the final scoreline. And which of these players reach 23 first? And once again, he's landed on the 11 to the center. He's even got the 15. The cue ball obeying his commands. Off the inside jaw, you saw it sneaking in there. You can catch some of the jaw, but very little. The pace also needs to be perfect. This is another one where the cue ball needs to be good, needs to slow down. That's the second time already that he's had to go up and down, in and out of balk to get position. And with the traffic on the table, how easily can that go wrong? Nice use of the 4. That was the only way he was going to keep the cue ball closer to the 13, at least keep that potting angle tighter. Looks like it's there. It is right in the center of the pocket. That was a tough pot. Precision in every single shot at the moment. The way he's navigated through this, the amount of distance the cue balls had to travel up and down the table. It's there, the center pocket doesn't get him this time. King of Kings, Wong Yu gets his 15 points on the board with a rack and run. As Wong Yu extends his lead once again, he's leading by 4 frames over Wu Jenu, 15-11 now. And this time makes a ball on his break. Now that's something else that we see that happens in these matches. When one player gets some momentum, that's usually the player that'll find their break as well. And in that way punishes their opponent even more. I think position-wise and the work that he had to do with the cue ball, that was one of the best clearances we've seen so far. Because always having to move the cue ball in and out of balk, if most of your object balls or all your object balls are on the bottom end of the table, the pace control, the line. In that case, he was even coming across the angle sometimes and yet still gaining position. One recovery shot was needed there. Another excellent pot in the 13. And this is one of the first times that after making a rack and run, he hasn't let Wu Jenu to the table. Again, short side. And I've noticed that these players, they if they find that they can get short side on a ball, they'll play it instead of trying to get into it and making an unnecessary cannon. Look at that. Plays for the gap between 9 and 15. Does he have it? Not completely. He's going to need a bit of side to pot this. He's going to need a touch. It's more than a touch. Oh, look at that. That was... He's jumped that slightly past the 15. That's what he's done there. Yes, he's jumped it with his playing cue. Guess that's what happens when you've had 1 day rest before the final. You start playing exhibition shots in the grand final. Now to get position on the 3, he's going to have to come twice across. Can you believe the shot that he's played on the 5? To hop over the edge of the 15 using your playing cue, get reaction on the cue ball, get position. Ridiculous. You can't believe what this man is doing at the table. Gets his 16th point, the break and run, leading by 5. Honestly, you can't catch your breath when this man's at the table. It's really something special. Doesn't only make this game look easy, when it gets difficult, he's still able to pull off incredible recovery shots. Makes a ball now. Made a ball in the previous rack too. That was a break and run to get him his 16th point. So far, 3 break and runs, 7 rack and runs for Wong Yu. Wu Jenu, 4 break and runs, 3 rack and runs. Now, not only does he look like he's much more confident, he's also playing a little quicker. And you get the sense that he knows that he has the momentum, he feels it. And you're 100% correct. The pattern play from Wong Yu is exceptional. The way he navigates through a frame. Gives us, the viewers, a false sense. Makes us think this game is easy. Makes us think we can play like that. tell you, every player playing this game, playing any form of cue sport, this is what you strive for, to be able to play at this level. To have your A game on show in a grand final. And to be as calm, cool and collected as these players here. I did say it's starting to look like he's playing a bit quicker so far this frame, only 3 minutes. And this is off his break. Apologizes for the little kiss on the 4. Look, he's getting the break at the moment, a few good rolls. But deserves it. It's been exceptional, especially the last few frames. And it's their second consecutive break and run. 17-11 now. Wong Yu for Jenu. And Wong Yu continues his charge. A flawless break and run takes him to 17-11 up in this race to 23. He's now just 6 away from the finish line and 6 away from his opponent. That's where we are in this match. And he's still making a ball in that top corner pocket. That's the 3rd time in a row. See the 7 also bottom right. And so far on 2 consecutive break and runs. And we spoke about this earlier in the match. When things are even, as we pass the middle stages, one of the players find their break, find the momentum, and at the moment that player is Wong Yu. The scoreboard tells a story, but the way he's playing at this table and the way he's walking around the table tells you how confident this player is at the moment. He had the 5 up to play to. Now the shot is to get to the 1 ball. That's what it's going to be in this frame. And what makes that awkward is the 13 and 12. So if you are coming down the left side of the table, you need to get past the 13. And if you are coming down the right side, you are short side of the 1. He's even walking slightly faster around the table now, is Wong Yu. And the angle he has on the 3, he could actually get the cue ball down table. No, he's deciding to go there from the 4. He's going to leave the 1 for last. He's just to slow down, doesn't want it close to the cushion. He's got a small gap away from the cushion. Now this requires good cueing. There's not much of the pocket available from that angle. Plus you are working the cue ball slightly here to get back up for the black ball. He's cued it well. And currently on 2 consecutive break and runs is Wong Yu. It's there, straight in, 18 points on the board, 3 consecutive break and runs. Wong Yu 18-11 ahead. That's 3 consecutive break and runs now for Wong Yu. He's put his tally up to 5 in total. Flawless, ruthless, precise at the moment. Does he make a ball this time? No, it's going to end the consecutive break and run streak at 3. But the damage has been done to the scoreline. 18-11. He's now 7 frames up on his opponent, 5 away from the finish line. Now Jenu has been sat in that chair for 3 frames. This is really going to show us what this player is made of. This is where grit comes into play, having the grit to fight, the will to fight. Because as quickly as your opponent went up like that, you can come back. And I feel if in this game, if you do it in a similar manner and you dominate the table for a few frames and put a few consecutive frames on the board and close up, the momentum shifts, the pressure shifts back to your opponent as well. And then the thought creeps into your opponent that, is this player going to actually come back? Is this player going to fight me? Because at the moment, I tell you, Wong Yu feels like he can't miss. That's how he's feeling at the moment. He feels like if he comes to the table, it's a finish. So you have to stop that, you have to take that away. That's a great pot to keep the visit going, and he's looking focused here, and he's looking to reduce the deficit rack by rack. We can see that the black ball does go, and I would say into both corner pockets. I would say the pressure is immense on him at the moment. He didn't have the right angle to get down to the black ball nicely, so this is going to be a little bit tougher. It's there, brilliant response from Woo Jenu to get his 12th point. Steady at the table is Woo Jenu.
全乔氏是乔氏中的乔氏，全国各地区球房的典范。一句全乔氏代表着球房档次、服务、口碑全部到位，有实力，全乔氏。
Close that frame well to get 12th point on the board. Woo Jenu reminds us that he is far from finished. Makes the ball on the break as well. Another one. Now this is exactly what he needs. That's the best response. Rack and run, followed by a break where you pot a ball, giving yourself a chance to stay at the table, control the table. It's a good pot on the two. Control the cue ball well after that also. At the moment, that's 7. Between 11 and 9, potable down to the same corner. But he's taking the 5. What he could do here with the 5 is actually use the 3 to make the pocket bigger. He is. It's there. Actually, with the cue ball where it is, he's looking at whether the 7 is potable into the top right. Cameraman tried to get us a look at that as well. If it is, now would be the time to take it. He's perfect on it. And it doesn't mean that he has to get above it. It's there as well. Now with every pot he makes at the table, especially being down in this match. He swings the momentum back into his favor. Because at the moment he's eliminated the errors and he's potting well. He's making the finishes. This for 13 points. It's there. That's 2 frames in a row for Wu Jenu. Well on his way back into this match. It was not the easiest break and run to make, but he made it and gets another point on the board. He's on 5 break and runs, 4 rack and runs out of 13 points is Wu Jenu. He's put a lot of power into that. And unfortunately, I don't think he's made a ball. Now that was 2 frames in a row, 2 clearances in a row from him, to bring the score from 18-11 to 18-13. Question is, has it slowed down his opponent? Now the difference, 5 frames. Wong Yu also 5 frames away from the finish line. And we will have a player break after this frame. It's not there. Did say when he does come to the table, I feel like he can't miss with the way he's been playing and the lead that he does have. Yeah, feel these frames just before the player break, especially because Wu Jenu won the previous 2 frames. For him to get this 3rd frame in a row and this frame before the player break, I think it's very important. Just that leaving the arena, you know that you won the previous frame, you know you're coming back, you are breaking at the table. It reinforces the belief of you making the comeback. Yeah, just the 4 stripes left now, all top end of the table, but you're going to have to come back down for the black ball. I think the way you would have liked to play this is to go 10, 12, 13, 14, and then come through the gap where the 2 and 3 are, through that gap down the right side and play the black ball into the bottom left. But I think he's going to need to play this differently. This means he's going to have to come towards the black ball from the 13. Wouldn't really want to risk playing that shot from the 12, especially as your last shot to get onto the black ball. But he has to. So that's what it's going to come down to here. It's going to be 12 to the black ball. Also has to hold the cue ball here. He's got it. That's where he wanted it. He's done well to keep it within the balk area. This has to go. Nicely done. Is he good with the cue ball? He's very close to the 5. I think he's got the potting angle on the black ball. And remember, this is off the miss from Wong Yu. Wong Yu took on quite a tough pot, missed it to the top right. And this is the result. It's there. Jenu gets his 14 points on the board. He's just 4 behind now as we go into the 32 frame player break.
乔氏金腿比赛专用，提醒您，精彩比赛马上开始。一线赛事指定台名：丁俊晖、奥沙利文、郑宇博、楚秉杰等国内外一线球星代言。利百文台泥，高档羊毛皂。
一点是聚焦、沉淀；一线是专注、艺术；一面是缜密、智慧。方寸间雕刻，毫厘间镶嵌。成木质之美，雕琢洞天，与腾龙之势，巧思匠心，以点线面，以小现大，步步为营，丝丝入扣，毫厘间不失方寸，过渡间尽长天地。龙晕而起，潮流之势，包罗万象，独蜘蛛，匠心之作。
河北省天一集团创立于2013年，注册资金500万，员工230余名，有着10余年的生产经验及研发设计、生产销售于一体的大型生产企业。优秀的员工、先进的技术、精良的设备，严格的管理使公司得以不断的发展壮大。精确、可靠、专业是我们生产的精神和服务信念。
天一沙发让舒适无处不在。
我是代言人郑卫国，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人雨龙海，星星暴走，年轻自由。
我是代言人楚秉杰，星星暴走，年轻自由。
born in Louisiana. My mama told my papa, our little boy has got the blues.
You better watch what you do to me. Watch what you do to me.
冠军500万乔氏大师赛官方供应商，正红胶边均匀回弹，铸就一流打感，持续助力中式台球职业化联赛，制造好球桌，胶边选正红。
俺老孙啥功名不要，只求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥日子。
天要球杆，换一切为可能。中式八球，俗称黑八，是一项原创于中国的运动，在乔氏的推动下，已走进全球96个国家。乔氏中式八球，风靡全球的中国运动。
罂粟胶边具有国内胶边很难做到的特点，罂粟胶边的硬度达到了45度，使反射角高度接近入射角。罂粟整条胶边误差小于20丝，因而各部位酷性一致。欢迎各品牌厂家使用罂粟胶边来提升台球桌的专业性能。好胶边罂粟皂，好胶边罂粟皂。
胶边，乔氏官方合作伙伴，冠军品质，成就梦想。全球每100张高端台球桌就有1张搭配老鹰胶条。通过高分子纳米配方，我们让橡胶拉伸强度提升40%，回弹误差0.03毫米，每一道工序全程数控化。每条胶边都需要经历严苛的平整度检测，确保每延米承载10万次冲击不变形。顶级赛事官方认可，精准回弹，每一次撞击释放力量本真，卓越表现只为成就每一位梦想追逐者。鹰击长空，逐梦台坛，老鹰胶边与世界一同飞翔，引领未来，见证荣耀时刻。精准回弹，首选老鹰。
And the players return to the table after 32 frames played, and tension could not be higher here in this grand final. It is a race to 23. Wong Yu leading 18 frames to 14, but Jenu is fighting back. Previous frame just saw one miss from Wong Yu at the table. He took on a stripe to the top right corner pocket, didn't make it. And another exceptional clearance under pressure from Jenu to get that 14 point on the board as we went into the player break. So he's come back from 18-11 to 18-14, just 4 away from his opponent 5 away from the finish line. Will there be any more drama in this match? It is, after all, the grand final of this tournament. We've seen a fantastic display of skill, perseverance, composure from both these players. They are giving us the grand final that we wanted. In that case, even if he did play on the 13 behind the 5, he has recovery balls at the bottom end of the table. Playing 12 onto 9 combination. And the reason Wong Yu did extend his lead so much was he also did have 3 consecutive break-in runs very quickly, and that changed the scoreline in his favor. That's why he was 18-11 up. And also when at the table and flowing, usually about 3 to 5 minutes for his run-out average. Which is why in just over 10 minutes, the scoreline changes by 3 points that quickly. Now this time inside of the 5. And the reason Jenu was able to come back is because after those 3 consecutive break-in runs, there was a dry break. Came to the table, made the clearance, made a break-in run of his own. Unfortunately, at this level, a dry break can be so costly. Not only usually giving away just 1 frame, giving away that frame, your opponent has the table with the break for the next one. And this finish so far off the dry break from Jenu. And it's there, 19 points on the board. He's getting closer to the finish line with a rack and run.
啥功名不要？ 求回到这花果山中了，过过逍遥。
Another brilliant clearance from Wong Yu, and the scoreboard now reads 19-14. He's got 5 break and runs, 8 rack and runs. Wu Jenu 14 points, 5 break and runs, 4 rack and runs. Has he made a ball on this break? He hasn't. It looks like a dry break. And Wu Jenu is at the table, so he's not able to regain that momentum that he did have when he was 18-11 up. Just catching the inside cushion there, but early on the 15, and that is going to bring Wong Yu back to the table here. So not able to capitalize off that dry break, unfortunately for Wu Jenu. But this is a tough table, especially with the 11 being at the bottom right corner pocket here. 4 solid balls heading that way. That's a good pot on the 6. It's an excellent opening pot. There we go. He wants to pot the 11. Now, can put the 11 using the 4 if he wants. And at the same time, keeping the cue ball safe. Like that. What a way to play that shot. But you notice with Wong Yu when he's at the table, it's attack and defense balanced perfectly. That's a good solid hit on the 14. But now having potted 11 in the previous shot, it means that bottom right corner pocket is open for the solids. Now a very attacking shot to take on here. Pot the 7, cue ball off 2 cushions heading in towards the 3 and the 5. He's got the pot, he's got the 3 and the 5. Look, the execution was brilliant. Was perfect. Needs to find a way to move the 5 still though. It's the only one tied up. Well, first needs to find a pot here on the 2 ball to the center. Yeah, he's back feeling like he can't miss Wong Yu. Now, he's trying to attack the 12 here off the cushion. Again, he's executed perfectly. Hasn't been fortunate with the position. It's going to have to be another tough pot here. What a clearance this is so far from Wong Yu. He's gone for the 5 to the top pocket. I don't believe this. I do not believe this. I cannot believe the clearance that he's making here. This is one of the best clearances I've seen all tournament. Add to that he just changed hands for that shot. Left-handed player changed to right. And it's there. What a clearance to get his 20th point. Unreal. That's all I can say. Unreal. The pot and the 5. Look at this. You cannot believe what this man is doing. Every ball found its mark. That was perfection in motion. It really was. Wong Yu's momentum at the table is unrelenting at the moment. Scoreline 20-14. Race to 23. He's 3 away. And ball in top right corner pocket. It's the 15. Pots a ball on that break and stripes in play now. Look what he has left on the table on stripes. It's not easy from here. But as I said, he's in that mood now. He feels like he can't miss. He looks like he can't miss. He's not missing. Everything at the moment is finding the back of the pocket for Wong Yu. But this now is going to take some potting. He's just got the 11 left. Surely not. Not only does he have to make this pot, he has to also get shape on the black ball. No. Almost. Look at how close. I cannot believe that's almost gone in, and he would have had position on the black ball. That's what happens when you feel like you can't miss. My point there being, you don't miss, and even when you do, it's like that, and it's such a tough shot. Now this race to 23 grand final, there is no time limit here. We will get to 23. So it's never over until one of these players get there. There's always a chance. Matches with a time limit, if you are behind. In a case like this, you are watching the clock. But that's not the situation here. At the moment, for Wu Jenu, every shot, every frame is a fight to get back into the match. Fighting to get another point on the board, then to equalize. Of course, in your mind, you know that you have to break well. But you can see still calm at the table. You cannot detect any stress. He's not rushing. He's not chasing. And so far, deliberate with every stroke. Very calm under pressure. And that's how he's got that point on the board. Wu Jenu gets his 15th on the board. A chance is most definitely a chance, especially here, especially winners break format. Jenu gets his 15th point on the board, just trailing by 5 now. Has he made a ball on that break? I didn't see one go. The 3, yes. So he's made that clearance under pressure. Now he's pot a ball off the break. He's 5 behind his opponent, 3 away from the finish line. Look, from 18-11, he brought it to 18-14. Needs to do a little bit better here. I'd say he'd be asking questions of his opponent if he brings it at least to 18-19 now. That can change this match. He did have 3 consecutive break-in runs very early in this match after being 1-0 down. Made a rack and run, then went 4-1 up. The scoreboard at the moment is favoring Wong Yu, but a chance is a chance. Every visit a battle here. And we are coming up on just about almost 5 hours of play. That's 5 hours that these players have been focusing for. 5 hours in this match arena. And that is how you secure yourself another visit to the table when you don't have a shot. He's taken his extension here, has Wong Yu. Like, he doesn't want to give away ball in hand, definitely. And he shouldn't. That's a good contact on the 11. Keeps distance between cue ball and object ball for his opponent coming back to the table. And now looking at the table, you can see what an excellent escape that actually was from Wong Yu. Firstly, not giving away ball in hand. Secondly, hasn't left any pot on the table. Everything's at distance also. But again, not a bad cue ball from Jenu. Wong Yu having a look to see if there's a gap between 4 and 12 to get to the 13. If there isn't, might see the jump cue out to get to that. But he looks like he's going for this. which means it goes, there was a gap. I have to say, Jenu's been a bit unlucky there that the cue ball has stopped in the exact place where there was a gap between 4 and 12. That's how cruel this game can be sometimes. I mean, you try getting position like that to play for that gap. See how difficult that is for that to happen. I screw the cue ball back into the bottom half of the table to take this 12 on. What he's looking to do here, cue ball off 2 cushions to play either 10 or 11 to the top right corner pocket. There we go, inside of the 2, and this pace is gonna be absolutely perfect once again. And the cue ball once again obeying every move, doing exactly what he asks of it. And you can see that's what this game comes down to. A little bounce. And again, almost straight on the black ball. It's there, 21st point on the board for Wong Yu. He's 2 away from the finish line. Score 21-15 now. Yeah, what can you say about this man at the table? Cue ball does exactly as asked. And so far, playing absolutely flawlessly at this table. And he looks to be enjoying himself out there. Feels like he can't miss, he's not missing, he's making perfect position. At the moment, it's his show. Wong Yu having 21 points. He's got 5 break and runs, 8 rack and runs. Jenu 5 break and runs, 4 rack and runs. But at the moment, the lead continuing to grow. And you see the momentum and you see how quickly he's playing. Even that, to just push the 15 to get it off the cushion a little bit more, makes it that much easier to pot. This is definitely one of the highest level matches we've had on this TV table. And again, switching hands. Switching hands so effortlessly, you almost don't notice. It's about the third time in the match he's done that. Now there's a reaction from him for the first time in a while. And that's why he is almost straight on this 10. There we did get a camera angle that the black ball does pass the 2. So he's just looking for line of sight here. He's not going to be as close as he wants to. And this black ball to put him on the hill. And it's there. What a pot that is. 22-15. The man is unplayable at the moment. And he makes the ball again on the break. At the moment, Wong Yu on the hill, 22-15 is the scoreline over Wu Jenu. What a match this has been thus far from these two players. That previous break and run, he brings his tally up to 6. He's now on 6 break and runs, 8 rack and runs. Wu Jenu, 5 break and runs, 4 rack and runs. The damage to the scoreline was done in that middle session of this match, when Wong Yu went 18-11 up. Is there still a chance? Look at that opening pot on stripes. Okay, if he wants to win the match in this frame, this is a tough clearance. The The 14 being that close to the 4 means if you don't move the 4, it's only potable from a certain angle. That's what we spoke about last night, the cue power from these players, really able to put that cue ball anywhere they want. I did say the 14 available from a certain angle only, and he's thinking that might be it. Oh my word. What a pot that was, even with the side on the cue ball. Now this is what momentum and that extra confidence that brings does to a already great player, all-round player. This is what it does. Player feels like they can't miss anything. That stays out though. This is a chance. And it's the first chance in a while for Wu Jenu. But now we are at the stage in the match where everything needs to be perfect from him. The potting, the position, the break, the safety. Look, every opportunity at the table is a chance. But what goes through your mind 22-15 down in a grand final when your opponent's on the hill? You have to have the belief though, right to the end. You have to believe in yourself and believe that it's possible. You can see how close he is to the black ball. It's brilliant camera work to catch that. Good pot, considering where the cue ball was. Now to pot the 2 and to hold for the 4. The 2 is not going to make it. Yeah, it was a tough one to get right, especially from the 6 that he had to play into the center. Couldn't really do much with the cue ball there, and then also holding for the 4 meant can't put the kind of pace that he needed to get the 2 to the center. Doesn't look like the 12 passes the black ball, so if it doesn't, it's going to take it to the center pocket. It's there. And he's straight in on the black ball. And there it is. There is your champion. Wong Yu takes the victory. An absolute masterclass of precision, composure, control from start to finish. He dictated the rhythm of that match. He punished every error of his opponent, and he ran the table flawlessly. Jenu, you really fought valiantly, but today goes to this man, Wong Yu. Well-deserved victory, 23-15, 6 break-in runs, 8 rack-in runs. Jenu, 5 break-in runs, 4 rack-in runs. What a tournament it's been. I believe that is Wong Yun's family there watching and supporting. Thank you guys so much for being here and for being on the stream. I'm your commentator, Raymond Tillack. Thank you so much. We will have the prize giving after this. Hope you guys have a fantastic new year and a great 2026. I'll see you guys at the next tournament. Thank you guys so much.
好的，各位，这里是正在广西南宁为您直播的利百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛南宁站的决赛现场。在稍后我们会采访决赛的赢家王云，同样我们也非常感谢吴镇宇带来的精彩表现，我们共同期待。朋友们，此刻再次把掌声给到我们的冠军王云。好，我们简单也和大家来分享一下，其实今天整场比赛看下来，不论是开球还是我们的攻防，我觉得王云还是比较有自己的节奏的啊。那也简单的来复盘一下这场决赛。
这场决赛，首先我宇哥他是一个非常值得尊敬的对手。然后他也是一个时代的代表运动员，他特别强。然后竞技体育嘛，就是其实是挺残酷的。有一种对手叫做惺惺相惜。其实我非常欣赏我宇哥，然后整场的发挥，前面宇哥打得非常的好，然后中间的时候我运气好，然后。就是，
没错，其实正是因为有了像我们这样精彩的赛场，不论是您还是我们不同的运动员，通过竞技会留下很多让人难以忘怀的精彩瞬间啊。那其实从决赛的胜利往回倒推，其实您应该是10连胜，如果我没有记错的话。可以说对得起自己神奇小子的这个称号啊，感觉也是再次回到了我们的巅峰的感觉。有什么想对支持你的粉丝朋友们去说的吗？
其实这一路走来，其实我也是感觉同频才能共鸣吧。然后我和宇哥其实。真是那种惺惺相惜，但是我希望的是，接下来他能有更好的成绩。然后对于我呢，想感谢大家，想感谢守在屏幕前的所有人，然后有亲朋好友，然后也有球迷，然后粉丝们，然后我要感谢我的老板甘总。然后其实我想跟老板说，我不是匕首。我还能夺冠，然后其实这一路走来，家人的陪伴、爱人，然后包括我代言的所有公司，
然后我的所有的签约公司，包括星牌、类百文啊、眼报，还有虎翼商标很多，就是感谢大家在我最低谷的时候，并没有放弃我，在我选择回来想重新好好打好球的时候，他们也没有抛弃我。然后，其实最后啊，我是一直不想提及的一个人，也就是我的父亲，他也是我的教练。有的时候就想跟我爸说，虽然他已经来不了现场，然后也不知道能不能听得到，但是呢，我想跟我爸说一句话：爸，我还能夺冠。
其实大家可能近距离的看到王云是眼含泪水啊，我们也相信这种亲情会帮助他在赛场上走得更远。谢谢，再次祝贺王云，谢谢。稍后我们会直播颁奖仪式，共同期待。
If I lie here till I feel your pain, let it stay with me. If I lie here, will I feel your veins and every space between? Almost like the rain.
一直在问自己，什么是光？它是一群人在一起的一个理由。20年，为什么坚持？有的决定像种子，一早就埋进心里。我73岁了，如果面对37岁时的自己，我会对他说：“你先成就他，他就会造就你。”如今转身才发现，年少时的诺言从来没有忘却，只是在等待实现。理想是不妥协的坚强，热爱就是共同的信仰。这不是跟任何人的较量，这是7384个日夜的梦想。不畏前路，更进一步，你准备好？我一直在问自己，
女士、先生们，利百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛南宁站颁奖仪式即将开始。在仪式开始之前，我们要颁发的是优秀裁判奖项。此刻，让我们用热烈的掌声向这些默默付出的赛事守护者们致敬。有请利百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛南宁站优秀裁判刘宇、杜立新上台领奖。同时，有请秦皇岛乔氏排球运动推广有限公司赛事主管乔阳先生，为利百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛南宁站优秀裁判颁发证书。请合影留念。感谢颁奖嘉宾及2位优秀裁判，请台下稍事休息。愿各位依旧以专业的姿态，守护每一次出杆的公正，捍卫每一轮对决的荣耀。下面有请本次大师赛常务副裁判长玉林先生，为利百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛南宁站累计青台王和连续青台王进行宣读比赛成绩。
利百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛南宁站，历时11天，共计进行546场比赛，所有选手共计完成开球青台1427次，其中来自中国的选手吴镇宇 个人完成开球清台54次，获得本次比赛开球清台王奖。来自中国的孟凡宇、陈哲、赵延浩、陈思明、周龙连续开球清台5次，获得本次比赛连续开球清台奖。恭喜以上选手，成绩公布完毕，谢谢大家。
谢谢，感谢玉林先生，请台下稍事休息。接下来，让我们用热烈的掌声，有请超级分站赛南宁站中荣获累计青台王称号的选手吴振宇，有请。同时，很遗憾，由于荣获连续青台王称号的选手孟凡宇、陈哲、赵延浩、陈思明、周龙因个人原因未能到现场进行领奖，后续组委会会进行邮寄。下面有请乔阳先生为累计青台王吴振宇颁发证书，有请。请合影留念。再次祝贺运动员，感谢颁奖嘉宾，请两位到台下稍事休息。愿你们将每一次青台的辉煌皆谱作征程的崭新序章，让青台王的荣耀旗帜在欢呼呐喊与璀璨聚光当中永远烈烈作响。女士们、先生们，现场的各位观众朋友们，以及正在直播间等候的各位观众，大家晚上好！我是今晚的主持人小青，再次欢迎各位。当邕江的潮涌激荡起时代的脉搏，当万象迎新的盛景邂逅绿城南宁的风华，中式八球的健儿们沐新年之风。越关山，据雍城，将一方球桌稳立于这座活力之城的热土。更快、更高、更强、更团结的奥林匹克精神，恰似新春的焰火，在南宁的夜空里灼灼生辉。我们更亲眼见证，中式八球正以破竹之势凌顶而上，以南宁海纳百川、勇立潮头的气魄，把中巴转动世界球童的宏伟愿景，化作新年贺词当中最深情也是最激昂的宣言。胜利不只属于冠军，更属于每一位热爱和平、热爱体育的你。女士们、先生们，利百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式八球大师赛超级分站赛南宁站颁奖仪式现在正式开始，让我们用最热烈的掌声，有请颁奖嘉宾以及获奖运动员荣耀登场，欢迎他们。出席本次颁奖仪式的嘉宾有广西社会体育运动发展中心主任文春辉先生，欢迎您；南宁市青秀区副区长毛希女士，欢迎您； 中式八球大师赛南宁站执行总监，198乔氏台球俱乐部创始人索陈女士，欢迎您。以及秦皇岛乔氏台球运动推广有限公司赛事主管乔阳先生，欢迎您。获得超级分站赛南宁站季军得主的是来自中国台湾的刘正杰。获得超级分站赛南宁站亚军的是来自中国的吴振宇。现在准备好掌声，获得超级分站赛南宁站冠军的是来自中国的王宇。他于赛场之上所向披靡，冠军从不是偶然的幸运垂青。再次掌声雷动，致敬冠军。现在有请秦皇岛乔氏台球运动推广有限公司赛事主管乔阳先生为季军刘正杰颁发证书和奖牌。请合影留念。感谢颁奖嘉宾，请您移步台侧稍后。有请中式八球大师赛南宁站执行总监198乔氏台球俱乐部创始人索陈女士为亚军吴振宇颁发证书以及奖牌。请合影留念。感谢颁奖嘉宾，请您移步台侧稍后。有请南宁市青秀区副区长毛新女士为冠军王云颁发证书、奖牌以及价值11800元的野豹 G4 球杆。野豹专注打杆，赢家选择，请合影留念。感谢颁奖嘉宾，请您移步台侧稍后。听号角猎云，金号角奖杯正于绿毡沙场发出龙吟般的胜利咆哮。它是滚烫热血最炽烈的回声，是拼搏脊梁最豪迈的胸章，更是中式八球穹顶之上唯我独尊的荣耀王冠。下面有请广西社会体育运动发展中心主任文春辉先生为冠军王云颁发金号角奖杯。请合影留念。请颁奖嘉宾留步。现在，请各位嘉宾、优秀裁判共同上台合影留念。有请各位。请3位获奖运动员留步，感谢颁奖嘉宾、优秀裁判。现在，请3位获奖运动员合影留念。 感谢获奖运动员，请冠军留步。百战立得凌云志，一朝夺桂耀神州。这份凝聚汗水与荣耀的嘉奖即将荣耀成地。下面有请我们的礼仪小姐为冠军献上200万支票板。下面就是冠军的专属时刻。此刻，这一方赛场绽放了冠军的专属荣光。我们感觉到，在无数个朝夕的磨砺中，只敢如握启明之剑，击碎长夜星斗。鼎鼎雍城疆场，今朝王者归来，风采卓绝，更是天下无双。女士们、先生们，再次把掌声给到我们的冠军王云。谢谢，请到台下稍事休息。朋友们，邕江如练，因热爱而奔腾不息；绿城叠翠，以拼搏为阶，再攀高峰。今朝初心如磐。利百文台泥乔氏杯2025中式8球大师赛超级分站赛南宁站圆满收官。邕城烽火暂歇，但是荣光永驻。南湖古畔虽停，余韵且悠长悠久。四海豪杰持章为鉴，于方寸台岸之间演绎着不同的故事。至此新年之际，岁率更新，让我们怀揣今朝的荣光，奔赴明日的山海。愿中式8球的火种在新年的春风里愈燃愈烈。我们期待和各位下次再相会，再见。